Welcome everybody to the stream. Hope everybody's doing great. So CitizenCon was this Saturday. If you guys missed it, that's all right. I got you covered. I have so far I have two shorts that highlight I thought were really well, at least one would be the I guess the highlight of Nyx, right? That was pretty much the majority of the event. And I thought another one was I highlighted in the next shorts. Man, oh man, these bots are relentless. I just wish that there was some sort of software to get rid of them. But anyways, so CitizenCon happened. So I have one clip that will highlight the Nyx, which is coming out next month, November, which is going to be Levetsky, which was an old station that was removed way back when, and now they're putting it back in. And I made sure to look through the what the commentary was about it. Somebody did highlight, I don't recall who said it, but they said it was, I thought of it too. So they're essentially reusing assets that were removed again, but they made sure to say that it was an updated, basically the updated Levetsky. And you know, players are going to be excited to see the new changes that has happened to that location, station, or whatever. So that's going to be interesting to see what they've done to it as far as an update. I didn't get to see it. I was probably not playing at that point in the game, but it'll be my first time seeing Levetsky. All right, so there's a new patch that dropped, I believe it was yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised it was the weekend patch or the data that the devs got from the weekend, which makes sense. There's a lot more stuff to work with. So we're going to just do Lorryville. We're going to be consistent with this. Yeah, so I do want to also still continue to make more shorts of highlights of CitizenCon info, because I think there are people out there that probably haven't watched it or just don't have the time to watch it. So they probably have more time to watch it in a short form. But I do like the fact that they're focusing on different industry areas for Nyx. If you're a miner, they got you covered. If you are, as far as the salvage, I just remembered, salvage I don't think wasn't really a highlighted detail. I think it was more mining and hauling. That's about it. All right, so we just got on the PTU. So we're going to do a first test. We're going to just move our character's head around and see how it feels. Feels pretty smooth. And I'm going to turn on the FPS counter on the top right. We're getting about, let's let it settle, about 60 FPS. In fact, I also have to check a couple other things, but we're getting about, it's hovering around 60-ish, in the 50 range, upper 50s, and sometimes it bounces below 55 FPS. But I forgot to check the audio, and I forgot I had to resync my audio to my recording device because it was completely off, and I just recognized that when I rewatched the recording for CitizenCon, so I apologize if anybody is watching that. All right, let me do a quick mic check. All right, we sound good. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do a test to see if our audio is in sync, because that's what I was mainly happening. So if you saw like a dialogue and they're you know, the devs were talking, their lips were out of sync. That's what I'm talking about. So my whole setup was all screwed up. So I took the time to resync things, and hopefully everything is working right now. All right, so the good news is with the goodie pack, if you bought it for the CitizenCon event, you get the brand new guns that they're already released in the PTU to use or whatever. So it's going to be basically 4.3.2. Now, the great news about this, and I learned from the Blades situation way back when, is to release it right into the game right away. So if you want the choice of buying it outright and then you can have it with you, so you don't have the time to get it, and you have the time to get these items, you can still get them in the game. So either or, you could buy them and have them, or you could earn them out in the verse. All right, so what are our focus? What is our focus? So I know that they fixed, there was an error when during CitizenCon, some ships weren't available. I think it was just the Asperia Stinger was not available to people who've gotten them. And some people were speculating it was streamer privilege and stuff like that. I mean, that's just speculation. I don't think it was. You know, I didn't have access to it either. Not that I'm like this huge, you know, like streamer or whatever. I didn't have access to it too, so. But who's to say? It could be true, maybe not, maybe yes. Either or, we'll never know unless there's some sort of evidence. All right, so we're pulling out the Asperia Stinger. Really, really nice looking ship. In fact, this is gonna go up there with the L-21 Wolf as far as alien ships. The L-21 is that Naboo looking ship from Star Wars. People references to one of the references, and then like an old World War II plane or jet at the time, fighter plane, probably the best way to say it. All right, so there was an adjustment to the Stinger. I don't know if it was this patch or a few patches ago, but I do know that they've adjusted the, I think the damage output and the and how it performs, meaning like, I'm not sure if it was the roll, up, down, X, Y axis, I have no idea. So I know there was an upgrade, vaguely speaking here. And I do like the rail effect as you get into the ship. Uh-oh. That's not good. Looks like my throttle is, I don't know what's happening, but it looks like it's sticking, or the spring is probably on its way out, whatever. So yeah, like get stuck. All right, so what I want to do is I want to make some. I know I didn't do it yet with this ship. Create some cool angles here. Why does that feel off? It's weird. Why is it off? Ah, that's why we're... Let's bring this up like this. And I'm going to save this. And I want to do another one like this. Sort of like a depth of field. It's too bad you can't see my character in the ship. Maybe if we get outside, maybe you could see them. And we'll throw some depth of field. Actually, we have to probably go... There we go. I wish there was a way to like adjust this, unless I'm doing this wrong. See, I wish there was a way to like put the depth of field behind me. Let's see if I can do it this way. Okay, that works. And we'll save this one. And then we'll have this and this. Yeah, I'm not sure why it does that. Oh, what is going on here? Alright, the door closed on us. Let's just do a quick repair. Oh, so speaking of repair, they're going to add the ability for ships like the Idris and other ships, and I think it was the Polaris they mentioned. Basically any ship that was specified to, or has the ability to rearm and repair. They're going to be adding those functionalities next year. But the thing is, the thing that got me was the crafting, right? There's going to be a thing like this, a machine that you buy from one of the stores. I don't know if it was Dumper's Depot or whatever. And you can pull it out of your freight, right? And then you could bring it with you. I didn't like that part because you have ships that already have that have this functionality built into it. Like the Carrack, I believe, can craft weapons or fix weapons. I don't know which one it was, or maybe it was both. But there are other ships that can do that. That's their functionality, right? Having this ability to bring this portable unit with you anywhere in the verse kind of nullifies the other ship's meaning and what they're specified to do. So I'm wondering if they're doing that temporarily, and then they're just going to go back to the drawing board and have the specified ships take over. I don't know what they're going to do with that. So we got a Guardian in the distance here, and then we got a Paladin that's pretty bruised up there. I mean, the performance is still horrendous. As you can see, we're getting about 30 FPS here. You know, I just realized with all the alien ships have these cool looking animations. When you go into Quantum, this one doesn't have any of that. I mean, this ship is fast, though. So the top speed is 1,050 meters per second. It doesn't have that much quantum fuel. And I'm wondering if we can put this thing in the Idris. What is this? Oh, we're looking at the front. I think I normally do this. Yeah, for whatever reason, some ships get locked out like this. You can't go that far away from it. I don't know if it's because of this. Let me see. Oh yeah, it is because of that. But I have to say, this ship is really, really nice looking. Like, when it comes to categories, I think this one is number one for me. So there we go. We got this, this, and this. And I mean, if you listen to the ambience of the ship, it sounds like a heartbeat going on, like it's alive. You know what's weird is I'm in Quantum, my FPS jumps up significantly. Now it's just bouncing around. All right, so we're going to do a quick... I haven't done any of the priority missions. I'd rather have this to experience this on the PU. At least there will be some surprises for me, but I want to do. I'm wondering if they removed the ship fighting missions in Mercenary. All right, so we're gonna do a VLRT, right? We're gonna just see how this is, what the new upgrades on the ship is. I mean, we can always look on one of the sites. Let's see, check out the specs or whatever. Urkel or whatever. What was the other one? Can't remember it. Alright, I want to set my, we're going to set this really quick. We're going to get rid of our coolers, because I don't think they do anything yet still. And... Alright. Yeah, they're off, and we're gonna just basically max out our output. Yeah, there we go. The acceleration of the ship is really, really nice. And I just noticed they lowered the capacity of these weapons, too. I mean, I'm not sure if that was intentional or accidental. I just noticed our size 5 is not firing. Let me see if it works on the mouse. Yeah, it does work on the mouse, so we have to readjust it. Oh my god. Yeah, this thing hits like a truck. It's pretty nice. Let's see why he buys joysticks. Should be vehicle combat. Weapons, here it is. What's annoying about this is that I mean, you have all these customizations, right? And like for myself, I like to have where one would control like ballistics if I have ballistics, and then the other one would like fire everything at once. That's pretty much probably what I did here, but it looks like they've changed it again, maybe, or it just sometimes in the PTU it just ends up that I've had it where it ends up like this on the PTU, and then once you get to the PU, it's different. So what I'm gonna do is temporarily we're just gonna put this here. I think it will be able to fire everything now. There it is. All right, we're gonna do one more ship mission, and then we'll jump back on the PU.
You got all the details, and you know what to do. Play it smart, go home safe.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. This patch feels pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised we see a release maybe later today, but going on like the history of how they release the patches or what day they release the patches, I think it's more or less Thursdays. So I'd imagine maybe tomorrow, 4.3.2. So everybody will be able to play their ships, the Stinger that I'm flying in, and the Paladin, another great ship, another team collaborative ship there, and the Shiv, pretty much what every Cuddy owner wished the Cuddy had, but it's out in the verse, Shiv. And if you have to go to the bathroom, you go in a bucket. Ouch. That little Pisces is gonna pay for that. Oh Oh my god. After a few hits, it's already red. Alright, we'll do one more. This is actually pretty fun.
Done and dusted. Nice work. Sit in your bed.
So without boosting, I want to see how fast this thing goes at top speed.
Can't hear. I'm tracking your progress on the map. Watch yourself out there.
The acceleration is insane on the ship. And that's just without boosting. I mean, it's decent. Roll is pretty fast. Up and down is pretty fast. Left and right, on the other hand, is a little, feels a little slower. But your acceleration is insane on the ship. Without boosting, it's insane. Alright, we're gonna try our boosting. Look at that. Crazy. Yeah, we're still pretty far out. I don't know why I decided to get out of nav mode there. And we'll get out right about here. Oh my god. Ship is already red. Wow.
Just got confirmation that bounty's been cleared. I'll get you paid.
Yeah, this ship pretty much shreds. I want to do one more.
Hey, it's Ken. So that you're picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one.
All right, let's see how this is in the atmosphere of the planet Hurston. Even not in nav mode, it is fast. We should be hitting, here it is. All right, we're about to engage. Strange. Somehow we missed, or whatever happened there. Oh my god. By the way, I do like those effects.
Nice job taking them out.
If you notice those little, like, dots of red hitting, or at least the effects that were happening to us, those are the laser repeaters that were hitting us from the enemy ship. That's pretty cool. I really do like that. I just noticed the size 5 is still at 0. I'm not sure if they've changed that or that's intended or whatever. Yeah, nothing's happening. I don't know if the size 5 changed over to like some sort of physical damage, like a ballistic kind of thing, where it has to be replenished. I mean, we could just find out right now. Let's go over to Everest Harbor and see if it is. I know before, when they first released this, it would replenish. Yeah, it's still not replenishing. Did we get a hangar? Where is it? All right, I think it could be bugged, so we'll just force our way into the station. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, let's see if they've changed it. All right, let's restock and see if that brings back our main cannon ammo. All right, so it seems it might have been destroyed. Yeah, so it was destroyed because the Pisces shot missiles at us, and we didn't get out of quantum in time to throw out decoys before it hit us. So, all right, so it does recharge. It's energy based. Well, pretty much all of this is energy based, but they changed the capacity. Before it was really high. I think it was like definitely over 50 capacitance. I have to look back at the last stream when I was playing around with the Stinger, or at least if I did. The whole like ribs here, like this whole thing going on here, reminds me of a TV show or anime show I just don't remember the name of it at the moment. But I know the character's name in it. His name is Aaron, and he becomes this a deity pretty much at the end of the episode or whatever, of the entirety of the show. Last season's whatever. Becomes this huge Goliath of a what's the word I'm looking for? But he becomes this huge giant, disfigured, and he has like ribs and stuff. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Except, you know, the whole giant thing. Just this part, the skeleton, ribs and stuff. All right, so we're gonna jump over back to the PTU. I mean, as you saw, the PTU feels pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised they release it later today or even tomorrow. I think it's pretty good to go. But then again, we just did a few things. We only did ship fighting. Man, nobody is on. I guess a lot of people are waiting for 4.3.2 to drop. But I mean, overall, I could see a 4.3.2 drop this, at least by the end of this week. Oh, also, I totally forgot. I want to go back on the PTU. I heard that the Idris, they switched back the Idris bed from the, so basically here on the PU 4.3.1, they've nerfed the Idris medical bed. So originally it was tier 1, and on 4.3.2 they wait. So basically on this patch right now, it should be a tier 2 bed, so it was nerfed, right? So in 4.3.2, they've reverted back to a tier 1 bed again.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, we're gonna just check really quick since we are, our Idrises are not even claimed yet.
Your vehicle has been placed with...
So I heard that they've. It could happen. It could happen AIE, right? where in general, I think they're going to have. They said in the past that they were going to stop at the Aegis Javelin, right? Being the biggest ship you can buy and own. I think they are now considering, or maybe they are doing a battle cruiser, which is going to be larger than a Javelin. And then at CitizenCon, as we saw, they're going to introduce the alien capital ship. Oh, why did I do that? I didn't want to. All right, we're just gonna have to reattach, but so again, I'm wondering if they're going to is it this docking collar or the other one? So I'm wondering if they're going to like sell a alien capital ship by next year. But I have to look up the cruiser. This is just a word of mouth. Oh, it looks like somebody is here. Yeah, it's a Hull C.
Launch initiated. Docking request approved.
All right. I'm not sure what this dude is doing. Is he trolling right now, or? Just move it out of the way. There we go. I can't tell if the ship is destroyed or is it's an active ship, whatever. He's just hanging out here. Yeah, so we have no weapons in case somebody's on the ship. I think they have the, I think they have it where if you're in a zone, sort of like what they did in the supply mission, recent event, where if you go into somebody's ship, you get teleported out. And it happens at the station too. So if you're not in that person's party, you're going to get teleported into the station. All right, so we're on the PU, the live server. So it does say tier 2 at 400 med gels. So the nerf happened in 4.3.1, which is what we're on now. What is going on with this dude? This guy's like spazzing out here.
Please visit us. Welcome to the ASOP. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
All right, so we're gonna jump over back to the PTU. I want to double check that. I'm curious.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the
So we're gonna check for to see if it was reverted back to the tier 1 bed on the Idris. And then I want to check for... Uh-oh, what happened here? AZ anti-cheat can check online for solutions to the problem. We had a 30K. Okay. What happened here? We had in game error code 206. It's probably going to look through our entire library. So this is their anti-cheat system. Just gonna have to give it probably a minute or two to just go through everything. I don't know, I find that interesting. They went from tier 2 and a potential tier 1 medbed, going back to a tier 1 medbed for the Idris. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to look up to see if that is true, that they're going to release a battle cruiser. Let's see. Sell a battle cruiser. This can't be real. Apparently, it is true. Yes, it is true that Cloud Imperium Games is developing a battle cruiser for Star Citizen, but it will not be sold as a concept ship in the near future. The battleship cruiser is currently in its early concept phases and is described as a large powerful ship that will be unlike any existing capital ship in the game. CIG has stated that they are trying to move away from selling concept ships. Yes, I'm glad that is finally going to be a thing, right? And are focusing on the release, flight released ships instead. The battlecruiser is expected to be one of the last concept sales, if any. So it is going to be actually be sold, another sold ship. With the company aiming to release it as a fully playable ship in the future patch. However, it is not expected to be available anytime soon, and no specific release date has been provided. All right, so this is a Reddit thread. And this is 2 months ago. And this is, they're basing this off of a Star Citizen Live. Surely it will be soloable, right? Yeah. A soloable cruise ship. That's going to be interesting. I mean, we know that that ship is not going to be able to go, you know, planet side. I mean, maybe moon side, since moons have less gravity. A ship the size of a battlecruiser will be impossible to defend with just one person, but someone out there is going to use a battlecruiser as their solo daily driver. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I would probably do that just for the memes, you know?
Bruh.
But cruiser is the Corvus, CVE is the Argus. Both around 650 to 700 meters. Damn, that is big. Oh, it's bigger than the Bengal. The Bengal is a huge ship. I mean, are the servers going to be able to handle this thing? I mean, as far as I remember from the past conversations with CIG, not me conversating with them, but in general, like them saying that they wanted to reserve the larger ships. They wanted to have the Javelin being the last largest ship to be bought, and then having orgs or group players building out their large cruiser type ships. So I guess they decided to change course on that. Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good with this patch so far. I can't speak for every single aspect if there are in fact any major bugs left. But I would for sure advise people to do patch prep on their characters.
The ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, so we're going to summon Idris, and we're going to double check here on the PTU if they've reverted back to the tier 1 bed. I saw that Foxy Loxy looked at it yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday? I don't remember, but I did see it, but I want to make sure I see it for myself. You know, I wish that they would, like, as soon as you walk into the ship, see? It'd be nice to have, like, a little itinerary, sort of where you are in the ship, like, on the side. You know, showing, once you walk into the ship, you could see maybe on a board here where the ship is facing a certain way, going this direction, and then that direction is the other way of the ship. That would be pretty nice to have. And as you can see, we went the wrong way. So we're pretty much in the rear of the ship. Yeah, so we're on the starboard side. Now we're in the middle of the ship, sort of. Oh my god. Yeah, so they actually did revert it back to a tier 1 bed. I don't know, this could be a mistake. Keep in mind, because the med gels are showing 400 out of 400. So here's the thing about these beds and stuff. I do think, and hear me out, I do think that the Idris and these larger ships, huge, I mean major big ships, should have tier 1 beds. Now, what does that mean? There are distances depending on the type of bed it is, right? And I think having it the way it is now is good for now, but I think to utilizing basically the Apollos, making them not useless, where readjusting the distance you are from the ship to where your POI is, like if you're out in the verse on foot, right? Readjusting how far you are from the ship. Now what that means is reducing it down to about, like, if you have to park your Idris or you're out in the air, you know, reducing about max distance would be 1 click away, right? And having it where it is to a way where the ship can't get close enough. And now that's where the Apollos come in, where they can close that gap of that distance where now that ship is more useful. That makes more sense, right? Whereas, oh, so it does say tier 1 on the screen here. Accidentally got out of the bed. All right, so let's see if the medical care reflects that. Yeah, so it's saying tier 1. I don't know. So it's 400 and 400. I'm wondering if they're readjusting the med gels for the beds. Let's look at these beds. These are tier 3. So it has 200. All right, so it's too bad there's no way to do this really quick, like getting a tier 1 injury and really testing it out. I mean, what I can say is take it for a grain of salt. It may not be back to a tier 1 bed. It could be just that it could be just an accident that it shows up that way. I mean, the fact that it's showing up as it says tier 1, but the med gels reflect differently. It's reflecting as if it's tier 2. So we're gonna pull out the Apollo medevac, and we're gonna double check.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system.
I want to make sure that they didn't like readjust the med gel capacity in the bed. Oh no. All right, so we had to fly down to Homeworld in Lorryville, so or Hurston, Lorryville. We have to put the tier 1 bed on the ship. All right, let's change at least one of the beds over to tier 1. Actually, we'll change one tier 1 and tier 2. I just want to see if they've changed the Nedgel's situation. Like capacity-wise.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been
All right, now it should be stored. All right, one tier 1 and then one tier 2.
welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been aimed visitors again.
I don't know, for some reason the first person keeps getting reset. All right, tier 2 is here. Or no, tier 1 is this one. Yeah, so this is a tier 1 with 600 full capacity for tier 1, which makes sense. And then the tier 2 is 400 capacity for Medgels. So my guess is they've accidentally loaded up the, I guess the front end digital display, right? I don't know if that makes sense. So like their front end would be like this display, right? What you're seeing now. But we're seeing like it's registering for 400 Medgels. So my guess is that they've accidentally loaded up the original front end display for the Idris. That's my guess. I mean, we can confirm this. We can just look online really quick. 4.3.2. Idris getting back tier 1 med bed. The Idris has been reported to have its main medical bed upgraded back to tier 1. I mean, this is speculative. According to a video update, yeah, it's speculative. The video confirms that the main bed on the Idris is now tier 1. Although there is some confusion regarding the bed's magazine size, which shows 400, which is what I saw, instead of 600. This change appears to be a recent adjustment, reversing a prior downgrade where the Idris has lost its tier 1 medical bed in the 4.3.1, which is what I've highlighted. The current configuration includes a tier 1 bed and 4 tier 3 med beds, with the tier 1 bed located in the operating theater. This update suggests that the Idris is regaining its status as a high-tier medical vessel, aligning with its role as a capital ship capable of advancing medical treatment. All right, so here's an official post from Robert Space Industries. Let's see if they might say something different. All right, this is last month. Yeah, it's just tier. This is 4.3.1 PTU patch. Yeah, the Polaris having 4 tier 2 beds is a big one. Let's see if there's any updated information. Can we do recent? This is 2 months ago. This is 1 month ago. Yeah, this is Foxy Loxy's video highlighting this. Can we go to it? Let's see. Ooh, that's loud. Let's see. Maybe there's information in the comments. Of course, Idris will get its tier 1 back. It was only removed for the follow sales. Oh man. I mean, that is an interesting thing to bring up. Could be true, I don't know. I don't know, there's no useful information I see so far here. Somebody like, you know, highlighting something, maybe we can like see where we can go back to Robert Space Industries website and verify it. Yeah, I don't see anything. It was just him highlighting that, and I wanted to see for myself, but again, it could be a mistake. I mean, this could be very well just you know, a front front end bug where they might have accidentally loaded up the original display. Because there's no mention from CIG re-upgrading the reverting back to the tier 1 beds.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle
I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. It's highly speculative until you hear anything from CIG about it. But I think what would fix this all, like I said before, is if they come back to the drawing board about the ranges of what the beds do. You know, like if it's tier 3, you have to be incredibly close to the danger zone, pretty much. And then tier 2, you could be a little bit further away, a little safer. And then tier 1 would, again, close that gap where you have to bring the Apollo in because the Idris or large capital ships that have tier 1 beds, I wouldn't be surprised if Javelin's going to have a tier 1. But in that kind of scenario, like this would probably be the best scenario to describe it. And then I'll get back to the Idris, since the Idris is able to go planet side. So the Javelin would be a very good example because you can't go planet side with the Javelin, right? It'll just crash right to the ground. It's not meant to go to the planet side. It's meant to be in space. So like having the distance where you can't go planet side with the Javelin and that tier 1 bed on the Javelin, right? You're limiting the tier 1 bed, I don't know, just giving an arbitrary number like 1K, right? 1 click out. Javelin can't get down, you know, that close enough without crashing down to the planet. So even for the Idris, so now the Idris has it. If it is true, it has the Idris has the tier 1 bed, having it where they've highlighted. I mean, they have this currently right now in the the PU, where if you start firing and you become hostile, the station will obliterate you. Even if you're a capital ship, it will destroy you. But they want to incorporate that with the new raid boss style in the future with Nyx. And sort of like, I wouldn't say an event, but a probably a persistent kind of feature, game feature. Point is, having if you've had already that in mind to implement such a thing, right? Why not do that with if they want to have different type of game loops or mission styles or game features, right? Where it forces a capital ship to stay away from a station enough where you have to bring Apollo in close enough to utilize the tier 1 bed. Makes sense. Instead of being system-wide or planet, you know, whatever wide, distance-wide, right?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, so what I'm going to do is we're going to do some haul seeing, do some hauling, make some money before the new patch.
Vehicle selected. Stamp. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
I mean, they pretty much solved the solution there. You know, the solution is putting turrets with shields that can't be, that are impenetrable. And then basically just doing rinse and repeating the same style that they've highlighted in CitizenCon on the last of their presentation of raid style kind of boss aspect, right? I think that would definitely fix that issue with the med bed situation. As at least a temporary fix where someone's not going to just bring in Idris close enough, and then, you know, the ship being so tanky, they're forced to play, you know, having to bring a group in order to utilize the medbed. Or instead, if you want to bring an Apollo to close that gap, you have the Apollo, and you could get close enough to the mission objective where you can go solo. But there's still danger. You still have the other players that just will blow up your ship. All right, so I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run, take a quick AFK, and then we're gonna jump in and do some hauling. All right, we're back. I think a lot of people, I think there's a lot of people, this is just my opinion, are under the impression that the Nyx system is going to be released as a whole system. Meaning, like, they're expecting the 3 planets, Nyx 1, Nyx 2, Nyx 3, including the belts are a different story. I don't know if those are totally going to be. I think I did, if I can recollect, I just did a video about it. I don't think that's another thing. I'm not going to say anything, but I know for sure the 3 planets are not going to be in the Nyx system. The only point of interest that I know of is going to be Levetsky, the station that was taken out, with some polishes done to it. But there were people that were upset about that. I mean, I think that essentially what they were more upset about is that calling it a I think it was more to do with I'm not sure if it was the phrasing or maybe paraphrasing would be better. So essentially just having CIG, whether it's Chris Roberts or the team, highlighting that the Nyx system is a second system that was released into the verse. But I think it was more to do with the statement saying that calling it a system, basically. Like the definition what people were upset about was when calling it a system, meaning it has planets you can go to, the belts, that's a system. Yes, I agree. Like if you boil it down to that, yeah, that is technically what a system is. I mean, then, you know, like someone can argue saying, all right, we're breaking it in stages, and that's essentially what their message was. They're breaking it in stages, Nyx, the system. So, like, when it came to 4.0, when they just dropped 4.0 on us, pretty much Christmas time last year, it was a total disaster. But they left. I mean, again, I disagreed with the release of 4.0, the way it came out. I think it would have been less disastrous to halting on it, testing when it was actually ready to go. So since it was a major patch, because that was the first iteration of the server meshing, right? Plus an additional system. You know, if you want to like define what a system is, meaning like Pyro having all of its planets and stations available in that patch, along with server meshing. So it was a major patch. But back to what I was saying, I think that the way they're going about Nyx, I think they should have done that with Pyro in the beginning. Would have spared them. I mean, technically, I think the chairman's message, I think it was for the release of Pyro was at the within 2024. I believe that's what it was. For 2025, I don't know if there was a message for releasing Nyx this year. But what I can say is that I think Pyro should have been released just like what they're going to be doing with Nyx, bringing planets in one by one or whatever, how they're going to be doing it, in order to ensure that there's not a mess up the way it was with 4.0. I mean, we still got to see. I mean, once we still got to see whether or not, you know, that there is no issues even on the release of Nyx. Like, still doesn't mean that you know, they mentioned at CitizenCon that it's supposed to be released next month, but it doesn't mean that they are not going to have issues on releasing it on that perfect timeline. So there could be problems, it could be pushed. So we don't know. So we just got to wait and see at this point. I do remember one of the devs talking about there's going to be a lot of things that they're going to be moving out of what we're so used to, like Dumper's Depot, for example, out over to Levetsky. So having a need, there's going to be other needs to go, having to go to Levski, and then hauling. Interstellar is actually going to be interstellar. Like right now, the definition of interstellar currently on this 4.3.1 and 4.3.2 means that you're only able to do interstellar within the system that you're in. So once 4.4 comes out with Nyx, that's going to change. And I believe along with having us where we're going to have to load up our ships instead of this auto, I mean, at least from what I took from it, loading up the Hull C and unloading it. pretty good silhouette. Let's go back to that one. Where is it? There it is. That's a nice silhouette of the Hull C there. All right, we're ready to go. Let's head over to the delivery site. I think we just crashed into a floating cargo. All right, so I'm not a big fan of the distance here. We have to go, oh my God. Yeah, so we have to do over 200 meters. I think originally, when I first got to this rank, it was only from Terra to Magnus Gateway. And if you're going back and forth, that's over 200 meters, gigameters. Which is not worth it. You might as well just do the Everest Harbor, which is Hurston to the Pyro Gateway, back and forth. That's the best route. So as far as IAE this year, I mean, during CitizenCon, there was no mention of the Perseus, the Pioneer, the ship that everybody is really foaming at the mouth for, the Ironclads. Nothing was really mentioned as far as those ships. But, I mean, I'd imagine that the Perseus is going to be IAE, but I'd be very surprised if they release... In fact, I was very surprised that Nyx was even going to be a thing. They kept that pretty quiet for a good amount of time. They had that leak which I took for a grain of salt. You know, talking about Nyx and stuff like that. So I took everything with a grain of salt because just in general, past practice with CIG and the release dates and timelines and stuff like that, they've been getting better-ish over time. And just like Nyx being a surprise to me, I'm wondering, you know, at the end of CitizenCon, you do, Chris Roberts does mention that there are still other surprises still awaits for the pretty much the rest of this year. So I'm be very surprised, other than the Perseus and then having the, you know, at least one of the Ironclads or even the Pioneer being released this year. I do recall vaguely speaking, one of the devs speaking about having a capital ship released this year. Technically, that capital ship that I believe that they're referring to is the Idris. The Idris has been in the game for such a long time, so I wouldn't classify that ship. It's already been an asset in the game. I wouldn't really technically be classifying that as a new ship in the game, but new to being released to players, yes. But being a new ship in the game, no. So, but back to the surprises for IAE. I'd be very, again, surprised with Nyx, and if he's saying there's going to be other surprises, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what that is. I mean, I would say that that would be a very good timeline to talk about the battle cruiser that they want to bring into the verse at some point. From what we read earlier in the stream, that the idea is to go away from concept sales and going towards actual release ships on the day of release, rather than, you know, buying a concept. But man, oh man, a battle cruiser, especially 650 to 700 meters, is insane real estate. It'd take you a couple minutes to go from back to end on that ship. I mean, I am wondering, what is the size of the Javelin? What is the length of the Star Citizen Javelin? My God, 480 meters. And imagine going up to 650 to 700 meters. That's crazy. I mean, I could see the battle cruiser easily going for $5,000 to $6,000 easily. And guess what? There are going to be players that are going to be buying it. Although what would be really cool is just as they show that CitizenCon, a capital alien ship coming to the game next year. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they may have a sale for a alien capital ship. What I'm most excited about is hearing that the Kraken is back in development. And they're going to be utilizing the Ironclad's design, and they're going to use some of the Ironclad's design onto the Kraken design of the ship. So they're pretty much going to be reutilizing assets in this case.
You are clear to launch.
I mean, as you could see, this year they have a lot of ships that they've released that reused a lot of different assets from other ships. I mean, it's fair play and it's smart.
Thank you. But please visit again.
I was able to get ships out faster this year, I think, rather than starting from scratch. All right, let's see. Is it going to work right away, or we have to play around with this? It actually worked right away. Okay. Pretty nice. So I want to take advantage of the auto load and unloading, because at least it's still going to be in 4.3.2. But when it comes to 4.4, that may be obsolete, for all we know. Still working 100% of the time. Unbelievable. I can say for sure, with confidence, for my experience, because everybody has a different experience. I had a video highlighting this for my experience, because everybody has a different setup and whatever, and everybody's problems are different from the next. I just want to highlight that. And from my experience, it's been 100% of the time when it comes to pickup and drop off and completion. But over the course of time, it's changed. It's either gotten broken, or in this case, for 2 patches, it's been pretty damn good. And it wants us to do the same trip. And this is the one I was talking about before. This is basically the best route. Everest to Pyro. Back and forth. But in this case, I'm trying to build up my reputation. I want to try to get... Like, we're not even halfway. We're still working to get in halfway on Senior. Just to get to, I mean, once you get into Master, that's it. I'm wondering when the Hall D and the Hall E are going to be a thing in this game. I mean, at that point, I don't know what they're going to do with the contracts. Like, are they going to increase the payload based on the rank? So, for example, like we're at Senior level, is that technically for the Hall D ship, right? And then Master, which is the last reputation level, is that going to be reserved for the Hall E? Like, there's no way in hell you're going to be able to do it with Hall C, obviously, right? Looks like our character's getting low on in our vitals, or nutrients and hydration, or just the hydration part. Let's see if we have anything on us. We got nada. So they're highlighting next year focus on, like I was talking about earlier, lack of better words, like a raid style kind of mission, right? Where it's going to utilize all different type of ships, different loadouts and whatnot. That's the focus. There was no mention on any focus on the ground vehicle section of the game. That seems to be lackluster still. I mean, I was saying and talking about this when I was watching CitizenCon. Why not, like, with the Nix system, I saw like the landscape and some of the things that they were showing us, like mountains and stuff. I mean, if you guys are not familiar, lack of, you know, words, maybe they're elsewhere, but I know for sure when I went over to Norway, I got to see the fjords, and these are just big mountains surrounding a valley. That would be pretty damn cool. But except you could have like something like that with you know, just land, and or maybe there's some water and you need a ground vehicle for whatever reason to traverse to a mission objective, and you can't get your ships in that location. You know, via some sort of anomaly, prevents ships like causing some sort of dampening action or whatever. And then having like a hot zone where people can just land, which will be like your quantum marker, because that would be like the least path of resistance to get you there. Like sort of the entrance, right? People getting their ground, like there's just going to be a big scale battle there. And then people have to traverse with their ground vehicles. So that'd be a pretty damn cool event to have, or mission. As you can see, this trip is going to pick it up and then going back the other way it takes forever. And we got a refuel already. I don't think there was any mention. I have to look back and see if there's any mention about engineering. I know crafting was mentioned. All right. We got a refill. It's going to be easier to refill now instead of collecting the cargo. Or maybe we are stuck now. Okay, I don't remember where the docking collar is at the station. Oh, there it is.
That request has already been granted. That request has already been granted.
Oh, that's not it. So these are pads. Where are the docking collars? Oh, didn't want to do that.
That request has already been granted. That request has already been granted.
All right, so for whatever reason, we can't. Since we called up the cargo, we'll just load up and then we'll refuel and then head over to the drop-off point.
That request has already been granted. You are clear to launch.
All right, we're good to go. So let's see now if we can dock to the station and refuel. Yeah, we're still having this issue. I mean, not unless docking's way out over here. This is mainly why I don't want to refuel when I've collected everything, because it's just going to take forever to try to find this thing. They move around too. All right, we found it. Where is the docking port? Oh, there it is. Oh, it was further down from the cargo area. All right, let's refuel, and we're gonna head back out to the delivery point. And we still have that bug in the game where it doesn't reflect when we refueled our ship. So it's still at 1.38 million out of 8.6 million in quantum. But normally when you go into quantum, it will reflect what you actually have, typically. And you can see now it's showing a proper amount of fuel that we have. So I do like this trip where you have to go from either, I think it's Terra to Pyro Gateway. It seems to be I mean, as far as the rank, so for senior, this seems to be the best. And I did try to optimize for so if there's another like small payload and you wanted to bring it to the same place, you pick it up and bring it to the same place, right? There are contracts like that, but from my experience, the contract changes via, you know, the amount that you have to pick up and deliver, and sometimes the delivery point changes, so it's not consistent. So I don't know if it's going to be like that for 4.3.2. If they fix that, there's no way for me to tell. Because for some reason on the PTU, nothing's unlocked, like maxed out, so you can go test things. And on top of that, there's no way I'm going to regrind up to the level I'm at. It would take me forever. You know, I do miss the old triangle power alignment. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. There used to be a triangle, so like what you see now, this is the output, right? You could adjust how much more gun power you want, engine to shield generator. There used to be a triangle that reflects the things that I highlighted, right? I think it was an upside down triangle, I think, and I have to look back if I even have old footage of it. Where one side, if you lean more one side, you're going to have more power draw to that side or that particular thing. Like if it was down to engines, you have more engine power. And then wherever that spectrum is on that triangle, you're going to have more power draw to, if that makes sense. Instead of this new system that they have, which I'm not a big fan of because it doesn't really, I mean, it's good. You can actually see exactly how many points you have into something, but when it comes to like using your throttles, it doesn't really work very well. The older system worked perfectly. Our hydration went into the red zone. Yeah, as soon as we drop this off, we're going to go into the station to get some hydration. My preferable one is the bootlegged Gatorade. You know, I just an idea just popped in my head. Similar to auto docking, when you auto dock to a docking port, why not have it, since this system is so, I guess, convoluted for them to fix, why not have it where in the box, once you go in the box, you hold down N, it will put you in the exact area where it's supposed to be, and that will solve the issue. I think, right? Or will that cause another issue? You get stuck there. Or exploited. I mean, I think for more or less, it should help. Because instead of like just... See, now we can't unload. We have to like be in a specific spot in the box. I think there might be drifting in my throttles. That could be it.
Cargo transfer initiated.
Yes, I think it's just drifting in my throttles. That's probably what happened there. I mean, in that case, I wish that they would have, like, you can lock your movement in one way. I wish that you can lock it in another way where you know, you're moving it strafing up or down, front or back. I wish that you could lock it that way as well. You could lock it, you know, you could turn and stuff, but you can't do it the other way. Someone's zooming around town in their motorcycle. So there you go. We have another 100% pickup drop-off complete. Okay, we have a Hornet. Oh, never mind. He's at the jump point. I thought he was out for blood. All right, so we're going to go into the station. We're going to get some hydration. I think we're good on food, but... I mean, with the bootlegged Gatorade fills up our nutrition bar as well. We got a animation glitch. Technically, our ship should be collapsed. It just looks like it's not. That's smart. Dude just parked his Hull C to get in the station. Maybe the docking ports are all busy. Just hate looking at this. There it is. All right, so you have no choice to wait until the animation's finished to close it. Yeah, for whatever reason, it doesn't... It's borked. All right. I think I found my docking ports. Maybe it's this way. No, those are... Alright, we found it.
Approved to dock.
I'm not sure why the landing gears come down when you're docking.
Shields on. Docking started.
Man, oh man, once you get into the red zone for, I imagine for nutrition as well, but for hydration, it goes down pretty fast once you get in the red zone. This weird kind of animation going on here. Kind of looks like a shield or mist. Is that the Volt LMG? Can't tell. I don't remember getting it.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit.
Actually, let's go up to the cargo center. They typically have what I'm looking for. I mean, as far as I know, every cargo center I've been to is pretty much the same exact layout. There it is, Cruise Lux. I didn't realize there's a refinery here at the Pyro station.
Get a fire marshal down to decom.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they put a refinery in the Pyro station. I don't know. I think having a refinery at the station player doesn't really have to, like, if they're in the cusp of either system, they could just go to I'm just gonna take a guess, maybe Stan Gateway Station has the same thing. I mean, you already have stations that already provide refinery with the L's and the L1s and L2s and whatnot. I think L1s for sure, but I think it would make the point of interest more important rather than just like, because it's like what they're doing with Dumpster Depot. They're moving it into a Nix, right? Having a need to go there if you want to get something that is from Dumpers Depot.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
All right, so what do we want to do? Actually, in fact, I want to see.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval.
Let's see what vault weapon this is. I'm curious. Oh, it's a Zenith. Oh, that's right. So now I remember. So when we were on the PTU, we were messing around with the P6 with a short scope. We had, I think, like, it must have been a 2X. And then combined with the FS9 maybe, or maybe a different weapon. Yeah, so this is the PU build I have currently in the live. I don't think I don't have the LMG yet. Although I don't know if we want to wait until the live release and then go back into the Onyx facility. Let's see. I'm not getting any investigation missions or anything like that. It's probably location based. We probably have to be either Crusader, Microtech, ArcCorp, Hurston, one of those, in order to get, I guess, the investigation mission to pop up. In fact, that does speak on the point of interest. Like, they were supposed to release it this patch, where it's dynamic based mission sets. So maybe that's not the exact phrase that they use, but if you're in Onyx facilities and you're going around and another mission pops up, right, saying that you got to do this, would you like to do that? Whatever, you know, there's something you got to do here in this section. Would you like to accept? So instead of like going back and forth to deliver the mission and then going back to it, would obviously provide a great quality life. Just essentially more time sink, which we don't want more in the game. It provide another level of immersion, for lack of better words. All right, what else can we do? I mean, I don't think I want to go into Onyx, at least in this stream today. All right, so what we can do is we could jump back on the PTU and at least try one of the priority missions, because I haven't done that. I mean, there's other type of things that have happened I haven't yet to try. One would be reinforcements, where dropships come in if you're attacking an outpost. I have not tried that, although I don't think we're going to do that in this stream either. We're just going to do that. We're just going to go back in the PTU, try out the priority mission, since that's going to be event related to that patch. All right, so I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick AFK and we're going to pop back onto the PTU. All right, so we're jumping on to the PTU. So I have no idea what this event is about. Is it going to be ship fighting? Is it going to be outpost fighting like FPS and stuff? I'd imagine you're gonna have a mixture of things again, like they've done in the past in Pyro, like previous event or events. I'm also going to turn on the FPS counter up on the top right if you guys are interested in looking at that on the PTU, seeing how the PTU is functioning right now. I mean, so far it feels pretty good. All right, first let's look at the missions that we have. All right, so for priority missions, they have, I don't know if they've taken out frontier fighters. There's no FF. There's headhunters and there's citizens for prosperity. So they might have taken out frontier fighters. All right, so we are headhunters, and at least the group that I chose. All right, tracking down missing headhunter. I don't know, what's strange to me is why is this in Hurston? Shouldn't this be in Pyro? Yeah, these are all related to where we are at. Oh, here it is. We have a so the frontier fighters seems to be the enemy now. I guess they decided to change the dialogue. So I guess you no longer could be frontier fighters if that was a faction you chose. All right, we'll give this one a whirl. Try this one out. I just heard some sort of dialogue. Kind of sounded like an NPC. All right, so it's just going to take one gun. Okay. All right. Let's pull out the Stinger.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
So far, a favorite large ship. Paladin's a very good ship with a size 3 shield, and it's tanky as well. But for soloing, I think... Oh, no way in hell we're going to be waiting 25 minutes for this. Alright, screw it. We'll just take the Paladin. Where's the Paladin? Where are you? Anvil.
Your vehicle pays visitors again.
We got the backside. It was so underwhelming. I do love the Paladin. One thing I have to be very critical about this ship is just one way to get in and out. It's a death trap.
Aerospace. All systems online.
Okay, what just blew up? Was that us or is somebody else? Somebody else's ship?
Landing gear raised.
I have no idea what that guy said. I don't know, there's some things that are just extremely loud in the game, and there's other things that are just very, very quiet.
Shields online.
Is this bugged? Can't even touch this. Yeah, this is not working. My God, look at the capacitance, 159. Oh, it wants us to go in the station. I was looking to do some ship fighting.
Just keep cool and don't lose your head. They'll be here soon.
Oh, never mind. We just gotta hang out until it shows up. Similar to GTA 5.
Not seeing our target though. That sucked. Maybe dust up your A game for next time, huh?
Okay, what happened? Did we do something wrong? Yeah, it looks like we failed the mission.
Shields hit. Target destroyed.
Oh my God. With these, this is insane. I haven't yet tried this with a crew utilizing the size 5 turret for size 5.
Shields hit. Target destroyed.
Yeah, I'm not your best ace pilot here.
Shields hit.
Something I really want to keep practicing on is how to move around and stuff the right way.
Target destroyed.
All right, so did we fail the mission or... Yeah, we failed the mission. All right, this is the same one. This one is, seems like a more difficult one. Let's try this one. The Hurricane is a really, well, it used to be a very, very, very strong ship. It used to be very tanky.
Look, urge your enemies down first.
Shields offline. Quantum drive is now. Quantum drive is now.
Gotta stop these guys that should keep you there.
So with these emission cloud type spaces, I'm wondering if this is going to be more of a thing in the future,
Shields online.
where if you want to, like, I mean, they did highlight, I don't know, they didn't really mention specifically this, where you can hide your emissions from enemies or friends or whatever it is, whoever you're trying to hide from. I'm not sure if this is going to be a thing going forward with emission clouds. That'd be a pretty cool thing to add to kind of hide out.
Sit tight. Got word they're on their way.
And then surprise your enemy or whatever it is you're trying to do. All right, so we got to wait almost 30 seconds for the convoy to arrive.
Watch your radar and make sure no one catches us off guard.
Here we go. Shit. I don't see what we're looking for yet.
Okay, it's saying to ambush the Hurricane, so we're going to go. Oh, we got to hold position because you have to wait for the Anvil Hurricane to arrive here.
Well, look who decided to show up.
All right, now we're going to go in. Maybe that's what happened. We went in too early. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, they hit us pretty hard.
Shield down.
My God.
Shields hit.
Not taking any damage. Maybe they rebuffed it again? Because I took a lot more damage than he did to me. I feel like we're gonna go down here. Yep, there it is. Luck is not on my side. I have to say, at least this ship fight is far harder than doing like what we were doing with VRLTs or whatever. I mean, this ship is big, so it's going to get hit and tagged a lot. And having a crew with this is definitely a must. Not utilizing the size 5s here is a big discrepancy. We only are using the 2 sides here. I think they're size 4s or maybe size 3s, as far as I remember. I don't know, it's pretty confusing. I'm trying to like navigate this way. Trying to get a cool shot of us here right next to the Paladin. This is not working out so well. Yeah, that's good enough. I like this. Do like 30 seconds of this. All right, so we're gonna go back to main menu and then log back in. Should bring us back to the station. I mean, I have to say the hurricane still shreds, as you saw there. We just got annihilated. I mean, there was a combination of other ships. Oh, that sucks. All right, let's see if I can... if it makes a difference if we abandon the mission.
You're kidding me.
And log out. All right, that worked.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Oh, I forgot the Stinger is up at the station. I just realized I have 2 whole C's. All right, so what other ship we could bring in? Looking at the Hammerhead, there is supposed to be a gold standard pass that's going to be going on the Hammerhead along with the Aurora ship. Maybe there are another ship or something like that is getting gold standard, but I know for sure the Hammerhead is getting gold standard. I know the Reclaimer definitely needs one.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, so we're gonna go roll back in with the F8C. I hear something. I'm not sure what that is. Just want to make sure mic volume is zeroed out. Yes, this is zeroed out, just in case.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Fortunately, you can't control how other folks, what they're gonna say. I normally turn it off because of that. Yeah, F8. And we're gonna just change over a few weapons, or at least, yeah, some of the weapons on it. All right, we're gonna change them again to Andors. Andors do a lot more damage.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. If your vehicle has been
Are you gonna be facing the ship this time, or no? Nope. We're facing the back of the ship again. that raw firepower. Should be able to knock out those ships with no problem now.
Landing gear raised.
Are you kidding me? Okay, I thought we were going backwards for a second.
Shields offline.
All right, let's try this mission again. We should do a little bit better this time. But this time I want to make sure I can, like, sort of tag one at a time.
Hey, it's Stones. Thanks for picking up the slack. Got more work than I know what to do with.
Quantum drive is now on.
The scout at this place a few days ago walked a good stock in the workshop.
Shields online.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Time to wait.
I'd say that once you reach the POI, I think the ETA should just go down to 0 instead of just waiting for it to go down to 0 from over a minute. All right, 10 seconds.
Make sure no bother work.
Picking up some assholes. No sign of the target. target.
All right, round 2, boys. All right, are these guys close by? Okay, so we'll let them come after us. We'll try to knock out one at a time. Make it a little easier on us. Okay, we got one coming in hot. There's an arrow.
Shields hit.
Okay,
Weapon system destroyed.
nice. So decoys are not even working. All right, we got to get out of here. Otherwise, we're gonna get chewed up. I can't even get away from these guys.
Shields hit.
Okay, he's not taking any damage.
Weapon system destroyed.
My God. I'm getting annihilated.
Don't ever walk away from the job you said you were gonna do. Yeah. I learned that from day one.
I mean, it seems to me, no matter what I do, I get tagged no matter what. Oh, we're still at this spot here. On top of that, we're locked in the shard. All right, screw it. We'll just back base space. Thanks, Claire. Appreciate the nice remark there. Yeah, so I was trying to avoid coming back into the inner city. I wanted to respawn back into the hangar.
In her book, Dynamics of a Mindful Life, Maria Hurston showed that health is really the concern of the individual. It takes everyone working together to build a healthy and thriving future. That's why Hurston Dynamics is so proud to carry on her life-changing mission and Maria Jorah In her book, Dynamics of a Mindful Life, Maria Hurston reminded us that good health is the foundation upon which all successful things are.
So I got a solution to our problem for that mission. Oh, that's pretty cool. This mohawk on the helmet actually moves the hair when he moves around. Why does it feel like my character's taller than him? I know it just looks that way.
Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
It's certainly not a customization we have yet in the verse. How tall your character is, how big they are. What's the other one?
Welcome to the Airsoft Vehicle Retrieval System.
I have a solution. And that solution is
Vehicle selected.
bringing a capital ship essentially to finish the mission. I mean, not unless they've added more difficulty if you bring a bigger ship in. I don't remember getting shredded like that doing any mission.
Appreciate you rolling with us.
Also, I heard that they're supposed to add the Polaris to either New Deals or Astromata at Area 18 into the stores to be able to be purchased for AUEC. Instead, I think it was, well, I don't think you can do it now. I don't think you can earn it through Wickle anymore, as far as I know. Now, did they give us the ability to hit the button like this? I mean, you could do it on the Hall C, not the Hall C, the Hercules, right? All the Hercules, you could just hit the button. Somehow your character has like these 25 feet long arms. Instead, you have to like really find, like, depending on the terrain, if you're on a planet, moon, where the terrain is not even, you can't, the call elevator button is like either under the terrain or too high to reach. I just also remembered when they gave us a little sneak peek of the elevator shaft of the Perseus, it's pretty much very, very, very almost identical to the Polaris's elevator shaft and elevator. So, I mean, I'm not going to be surprised. There's going to be a lot of templates that they've, or pieces of the Polaris that they put into the Perseus. Now, if he gets shredded in a capital ship from the ships at the mission, then there is a different kind of problem we got. I mean, not unless, you know, the mission scales according to whatever you're bringing in, or the size of the group. I don't even think that's even a thing yet in the verse. Is that our PDCs firing, or is that somebody else's ship or instance that we're seeing? forgot how slow this thing turns. Actually, are we on the right mission? Let me see. I think so. Let's head over. It says to take out the similar enemy, or at least the same enemy, an anvil hurricane.
Quantum drive is now off. 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 Laser drive is now off.
Got a spot picked out that should keep you in.
Shields are on.
Oh man. Just almost pile drive the ship into the asteroid. I guess we lost a piece of it. There's it. It's just floating by there. All right, 10 more seconds. Like, the worst thing is you gotta wait, and then once a subgroup comes in, you still gotta wait for the main guy to come in.
Picking up some assholes. No sign of the target.
Oh, what just happened? Oh, just one of them smacked into the asteroid. I mean, it looks to me that they can see that I'm here.
Yeah. That's the asshole we want.
There we go. Let's go after the target. PDCs are working.
Shields damaged.
All right, let's jump into a turret. And it looks like somebody crashed into us, I guess. I mean, they're doing quite a bit of damage to the rear shields there. Oh, there we go. Damn, that was quick. I even have a chance to get into the turret. There you go. Problem solved. Get yourself a into a capital ship.
If we die, the outlaws of Pyro and the scum just like them will just keep on killing.
I wonder if the missions scale up. Let's see. Oh, it does. Goes up to 2 million, the contract. Take down, kill Frontier Fighters leader Amelia Boyd. Okay, what does this entail? It's now. It's on now. Time to deliver a headshot to the Frontier Fighters once and for all. Got word their leader, Amelia Boyd, is currently leading a Polaris. Yeah, of course it's a Polaris. Are they reusing Hunt the Polaris mission? In a squad of escort ships to hunt targets across the system, local forces are scrambling to stop the attacks, and the Citizens of Prosperity has put out a call for help. Okay, why are we helping the Citizens of Prosperity? There, at least as far as I remember the history, is that, well, when the Frontier Fighters were a faction that you could choose, all of them were enemies to each other. So back to this dialogue. The consul has greenlit Amelia Boyd and has authority in any available headhunter to join the fray. Get your ship loaded up, grab some friends, and join the hunt. Stow's out. So it seems to me, well, we'll see. It just seems to me that this is a reuse mission called the Hunt the Polaris. There's a paladin. His name is King Taco. And there's an enemy Idris. Never mind. Oh, it's a player Idris. Is that the enemy Polaris? Yeah, I think I see the enemy Polaris. I'm gonna do with any pilot do if they're flying at least a Polaris solo. Get some good speed and ram the target, but which one is it? I think it's this one. Just missed it. Damn. I'm pretty sure the NPC is aware of what I'm trying to do now. Stolen Polaris. There it is. I don't think we're going to get enough speed at this distance. All right, we got pretty good distance now. If he can knock out those engines in the back, the guy in the Idris definitely would help. Okay, what was that? Object withdrawn. Return the location. Completed.
What's up? Still. Gonna send you pay.
Alright, we got paid apparently because we just completed. I mean, no, we didn't get paid. I mean, it says it completed. Locate and neutralize Polaris. So that wasn't complete, but I mean, it's saying it's completed though. We didn't fail it, but we weren't paid. So I'm assuming that they're going. So they're doing the whole share thing with AUC. All right, so I mean, from the looks of it, it looks like reused content. I mean, I can't say it's reused from Hunt the Polaris mission, because I just got here and it could have been in the middle of it. Probably we were probably at the last stage of it. Let's see if we can get it again. And okay, we got it again.
Soldier, heard you're running this down for us. Appreciate it.
Radar contact. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Radar contact.
Found it. Let's see what Pyro's left dogs can do.
Oh man. Did some good damage to that Polaris.
Radar contact.
Yeah, so pretty much this mission is not exactly like Hunt the Polaris. You're just going right up against, I mean, from what I can see so far. Let's see if we can knock it out now.
Clear the quantum. You need to get off.
Oh, we're gonna hit this. That was so close.
Shields on. Radar contact. Shields damaged.
All right, so yeah, I think it is basically the reused Hunt the Polaris mission. So now we got to take out the enemy ships here. And it's pretty difficult to do it solo on a Polaris. All right, we got Cuddy down. And I'm just gonna get rid of this ship here. And then it's probably going to want us to go to a different area. Yeah, this is pretty much Hunt the Polaris. I'm a bit disappointed by this. Alright, I guess it wants us to destroy it, so just ram it. I don't think we destroyed it. I mean, speaking of performance, I think the patch is pretty damn good. I mean, I can see this being released today or tomorrow. Definitely before the weekend. You know, just like the Paladin has that rail system, it would have been nice on the Polaris.
Shields are off. Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now off.
And now we gotta wait again?
Shields are on. Radar contact. Shields down.
Yeah, there's no way to hide a Polaris.
You just aren't going to quit, are you? Fine. Let's finish.
Amelia Boyd, I've come for you. There it is.
Radar contact.
All right, we need to get some distance so we can ramp up speed here. It looked like the Polaris healed up. It was damaged on the neck when we slammed into it before. All right, we're going to keep the ship here. If she's not going to move around too much, maybe we can get down to the size 10 missiles. No, it doesn't look like it's going to work out. She's moving. All right, I'm going to back up, get a good amount of distance so we can fire at least 4 shots out. All right, I don't want to get too far. All right, we're going to keep it right around here. Hopefully she doesn't move too much. Oh, we hit the wrong button. Oh, there you go. That works. Oh, this is still not functioning, that side. And she's too close. Almost 4 clicks out. Still too close. And doesn't look like the missiles are not even loading in at all. Unless it's borked. Let's see if we cycle this. I don't know if it's because the front of our ship is damaged or it's just borked. I don't know, there's something weird going on here. Oh, look, we just spun it around. Nice. Ooh, nice. I don't think we did too much damage. We did some damage. Nice. The Idris is now going after us.
Engines down. Radar contact.
Nearly took out all of our engines. I need to get a railgun from my Idris again.
Quantum drive is now off.
Some reason we can't quantum to Hurston.
Quantum drive.
It says we're obscured. I mean, I think this patch is pretty much ready. From what I can see thus far, I mean, I don't see really, as far as performance, it's not perfect. But then again, there's probably less people on, so there's that as well. We got to see what the patch note says. But again, like I was saying, this I wouldn't be surprised either today, tomorrow, or at least before the weekend. Anyways, that's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta get going. If there is a release, well, today the stream will be for tomorrow, and the same goes for if it's tomorrow, it'll be on Friday, if anything. But I had a pretty good time so far, and we'll head back into the Onyx facility and finally get ourselves the LMG. I don't know if there's a new weapon. Oh, that's right. There's going to be the new weapons that they've dropped for if any of you bought the Citizen Con kit. Those are going to be introduced in 4.3.2, and you don't have to wait for them to get released into the verse. They're releasing them right away to the verse. Along, if you've already purchased them, you could just have them right away, but you can also earn them in the game, which is pretty good. I like that. Thank you guys for tuning in to the live version, and also guys that have tuned into the recorded version. Much appreciated. Until then, guys, we'll see you guys in the next stream. Also catch any of my new videos that come up on my main YouTube channel, The Real Tars. All right, catch you guys later. Take it easy.